know how long this body was in the vehicle, as that car was found several days ago, but TMZ is reporting that the car is linked to the popular singer David. We can go ahead and show you his photo. TMZ reports that the car is registered in Hempstead, Texas to David Anthony Burke, David's real name. He now last posted on social media yesterday and is scheduled to perform today in Minneapolis. Sky 5 was overhead as detectives were seen surrounding a black Tesla in a Hollywood tow yard. That's where investigators found a body wrapped in a bag in the car's front trunk. LAPD detectives responded to Hollywood Tow, located on the 1000 block of Mansfield Avenue near Romaine Street, shortly before 12:30 yesterday afternoon. This after employees from the tow yard reported a foul odor coming from the vehicle, which was parked on the roof of the tow yard's parking structure. KTLA spoke with a man who was getting his car from the lot as the investigation was underway.
That's kind of messed up. I mean, I don't want to swear on camera, but yeah, I'd say that's pretty horrifying. Nobody wants to, I mean, we live here, so that's kind of gross. Yeah, I mean, I hope they find who did. I mean, the person, though, their family, that's got to be terrible.
The LAPD towed the car from the yard after gathering evidence at the scene. They say the car was reported abandoned in the Hollywood Hills about 5 days ago. Once again, at this time, the identity of the person found in it is not known. Also not known if the body is that of a male or a female. Now back here live, we have reached out to reps for the singer to get a statement or see if they have any more information about this situation. Anyone who may know anything, though, is also encouraged to contact the LAPD.
No suspects, no leads, and no ID.
Tonight, there are many more questions and answers about the woman's body stuffed into a Tesla and left for days or even weeks on the streets of Hollywood. KCAL's Nicole Comstock is live at the tow yard where that gruesome discovery was made.
And a medical examiner's report that we found tonight confirms that they believe that this woman had been dead for quite some time. And so they still haven't been able to determine who she is, or things like how old she was or what she looked like. But one thing that stood out from that report is it said she had a distinct tattoo on her index finger with the letters SHHH, like the sound of a whisper. And tonight, it's still a mystery how she ended up inside the trunk of a car tied to a well-known singer. Adoring fans are waiting to get into a concert tonight in Minneapolis. Singer-songwriter David is performing there on a world tour. The 20-year-old who rose to fame after a couple of his genre-defying songs went viral on TikTok is alive and well. But a car reportedly registered in his legal name to an address in Texas is at the center of a mysterious death investigation 1,400 miles away in Hollywood. His reps have reportedly said he's fully cooperating with the LAPD. Investigators say when they opened the trunk of that Tesla Monday, they discovered decomposing human remains in a bag. Workers here noticed an alarming odor after towing it.
We all thought it was sewage.
Neighbors in this Hollywood Hills neighborhood told us the same Tesla with Texas plates had been abandoned on their street since the beginning of the summer.
I think the community knew something was wrong and reported the car being abandoned.
We asked the LAPD whether the car believed to belong to the singer was ever reported stolen before it was impounded, since it was potentially abandoned with a body inside of it for weeks or months. They did not answer that question. They did say their robbery homicide division is investigating how that person died and then ended up in the car. The medical examiner's office is still working to identify the body.
Just heartbreaking for whoever the victim is.
An attorney's office representing the singer took our request for comment over the phone, but did not respond in time for broadcast. However, a spokesperson for David is reportedly saying he has been informed about what's happened. And although he is still out on tour, he is fully cooperating with authorities. And just to be clear, the singer has not been named as a person of interest in this case. In fact, no one has been named as a person of interest in this case. However, TMZ is reporting that the clothing brand Hollister may have already dropped the singer from a prominent ad on its website. Reporting in Hollywood, Nicole Comstock, KCAL News.
All right, Nicole, thank you. And
police made a disturbing discovery on Monday inside a Tesla registered to a popular singer. The Tesla in question is registered to David Anthony Burke, a 20-year-old Queens-born artist known professionally as David, stylized as D, the number 4, VD. The car, which has Texas plates, was reported abandoned in the Hollywood Hills roughly 5 days ago. It was then towed to an impound lot in Los Angeles before the gruesome remains were found. That's where lot workers noticed a putrid smell coming from the electric vehicle. Police were alerted and arrived at the scene, where they discovered human remains in the car's front trunk. The putrid body had been stashed in a plastic bag. The identity of the victim was not immediately known. The Tesla's owner, David, boasts more than 33 million monthly listeners on Spotify. He is currently on a world tour and is set to take the stage in Minneapolis on Tuesday and Los Angeles on September 20th. David shot to fame in 2022 when 2 of his singles went viral on TikTok. His music video for one of those songs, Romantic Homicide, features David appearing to hold a knife while serenading a blood-soaked dead woman in a wedding dress. It's amassed an impressive 177 million views. The singer released his second studio album, Withered, earlier this year. As the situation regarding the body in his Tesla has played out, David has been sharing promotional posts on social media and staying mum on the investigation. Situation.
A decomposing corpse was discovered in the trunk of a Tesla registered to David. A decomposing corpse has been discovered inside the trunk of a Tesla belonging to the pop star David, according to a new report from ABC7. The Los Angeles Police Department is currently investigating the incident. They say the car, which bears Texas license plates, had been impounded for several days before they received a call alerting them to a foul odor coming from inside. Once they opened the trunk, they discovered a human body inside a bag. No further information about the case or the identity of the deceased has been made public. David has yet to comment on the situation. David is currently performing on his Withered World Tour, with his next show set for tonight, September 9th, in Minneapolis. He'll be performing in Los Angeles on September 20th. Starting in October, he'll travel abroad with shows in Oslo, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, Dublin, London, Paris, and more cities before wrapping up in Melbourne on December.
We begin with that breaking news. Details after a body was found inside a car at a Hollywood tow lot today. There's no immediate information about the identity of the person found inside, but Eyewitness News has learned the 2023 Tesla is registered in Hempstead, Texas, to multi-platinum artist and musician David Anthony Burke, known professionally as David. This is video of David performing on Jimmy Kimmel Live in 2023. The grim discovery was made after nearby residents complained about a foul odor. Police say the impounded car had been at that lot property on North Mansfield Avenue for a couple of days now. They say the body had been placed inside a bag. We've reached out to David's representatives and are still waiting for a response.
Well, we don't know how long this body was in the vehicle, as that car was found several days ago, but TMZ is reporting that the car is linked to the popular singer David. We can go ahead and show you his photo. TMZ reports that the car is registered in Hempstead, Texas, to David Anthony Burke, David's real name. He now last posted on social media yesterday and is scheduled to perform today in Minneapolis. Sky 5 was overhead as detectives were seen surrounding a black black Tesla in a Hollywood tow yard. That's where investigators found a body wrapped in a bag in the car's front trunk. LAPD detectives responded to Hollywood Tow, located on the 1000 block of Mansfield Avenue near Romaine Street, shortly before 12:30 yesterday afternoon. This after employees from the tow yard reported a foul odor coming from the vehicle, which was parked on the roof of the tow yard's parking structure. KTLA spoke with a man who was getting his car from the lot as the investigation was underway.
That's kind of messed up. I mean, I don't want to swear on camera, but yeah, I'd say that's pretty horrifying.
Good morning. This is Morning Sky. I'm your host, Sky. And all I want are wrong answers. That's the internet speak. That's a lot of things that goes on with the internet. Wrong answers. Not like, okay, there's a problem and, we have to. I just want wrong answers. All alleged. Nothing concrete. No specifics. Anything. Just stories. I'm just going to concoct a list of stories. You guys can join in on the live chat. Say what you feel about David, not d4vd. A lot of people are saying d4vd is just David. I think he has to do this because of copyright or trademark. A lot of people use different phonetic and alphanumeric spellings to avoid trademark issues. I think there's probably somebody else named David. It's a very common name. There's probably a singer named David. So he had to put the 4 in there, even though the 4 doesn't. I hate when people use letters for numbers and numbers for letters. I hate that. That gets on my nerves. But that's just part of entertainment. Okay, so what did he do? What did he do? Did he have a streetwalker? Did he have a hooker? And she got out of pocket. And, he slapped her around a couple of times, pulled out the blicky, shot her, chopping up, the body. Was it like a Breaking Bad situation? Was it like, found in a car known to be connected to somebody that was prominent and made songs on YouTube, has over 1 billion views on YouTube, multiple songs that have gone platinum, multi-platinum on YouTube's streaming service, even though they don't count them. I guess you can say Spotify gets 33 million listeners every month. He reminds me of the late great Rock and Power XXXTentacion. He has that kind of feel. He has like a kind of a Juice WRLD, Rock and Power, kind of idealism as well. He presents himself to be, very creative and very, the step your game up kind of guy. He started out with YouTube. He started out doing covering other people's songs, and he started out covering people's songs, and his mother suggested him, hey, you're gonna get another copyright strike. You might as well start writing and producing your own songs. So that's what he did, and he blew up. And I never heard of him before this whole thing, because I'm 37 years old. If I was 17 years old, I'm like, yeah, I know David. David's that nigga. I'm out of the loop. I never had, before this whole situation that you saw in the clips. I had no idea who he was. I had no clue. But he seems to probably, bounce back from this. Now, Hollister and Crocs have suspended their campaigns for him, so he's going to be losing some money. So far, I mean, they haven't really canceled him. They haven't really, completely dismissed him or, disqualified him from making part of their brand. But they're just, momentarily, sitting him down, as they say. from participating in their advertising campaigns or anything like that. But I just want the wrong answers. I want wrong answers. I want, he's running bodies from Texas to California. He slipped up. Why is it registered to him? What made it so, outstanding that he should, become the car? No, like, it's registered in his name. So why would it be, why? I'm so confused. I'm confused. Every story confuses me. They're just weird. It's just weird. I don't understand. Break this down to me Barney style like I'm a 5-year-old. I don't understand. The car is registered to him. They found a foul smell. They opened the front trunk. There's a decomposing woman in there with a distinctive tattoo that says SHHH on her index finger on one of her hands. I don't understand what any of the hell this means, and nobody really is talking about it. Like, they report on it, but they can't speculate. I'm speculating. I'm alleging. I allege that he killed this woman, allegedly. I'm not talking maliciously. I'm saying that he killed this woman on accident, chopped her up, put her in the Tesla, then went on tour. Allegedly. I don't know. This is all conjecture. This is all speculation. I don't know. I would love to know, but I don't. He seems like a very talented young man. He has the ability to garner fans, mainly white, a lot of whites. That's his core audience. That's what a lot of acts, kind of towards today. Nothing wrong with that. Their dollar is just as green as the black dollar and the brown dollar and the red and yellow dollar. He gets his money. He's getting money. He's got YouTube, Spotify. I think he's on Apple Music. I just would like to know. I'm so confused. It's such a weird story. It's so strange. It makes zero sense. It is awful. It is disgusting. To the family of the young woman, whoever it is, they have to, bear, the sad consequences of her demise. I mean, they have to witness. They have to carry on and be burdened by, the actions that someone took against their child, their sister, their auntie, their cousin, their daughter. So that's going to forever stay with him, no matter what David does. And it's David. Remember, David, not d4vd. A lot of people are saying d4vd. It's David. I'm looking at the story. I'm like, what? Something's not adding up. Something's not right. Something's really goofy. Really goofy. Something's not taking proper precedence. So I would say that he is completely, devoid of all virtue. Let's say that. Let's say allegedly. He's devoid of all virtue. He met this woman. They struck up a conversation. They were doing everything. Then he just hit her with the ooh-wop. Knocked her out. Got a cutting knife at the crib, at the house he was at. Chopped her up, put her in the Tesla, put her on the airport in LA, and the car is registered in Texas. So it's registered to his name. So that means he has ownership over that vehicle. So what does it mean that you found a dead body in a car registered in your name? What does that mean? Nobody's saying like, well, if it's registered in his name, I mean, all things point to, he did it. I mean, it's not that hard. But he may not have done it. So that's all alleged. He may not have done it. He could have been focused on his music. He could have been focused on his touring and all that comes with it. The money. That's just a fact of the reality. And it's very difficult to see whether he's really guilty or not, because was he even around the car? I mean, did somebody break into his car? Isn't it hard for Teslas to be broken into? It's too many questions. It's too weird. I don't know. Like, the computer system for a Tesla has to be disengaged, and I think you need different code for that or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just here again, speculation, allegations. What is it that he is, projecting? What is it that he is trying to show? What is it? What is he trying to display? And it's all emotion. Everything is emotional. This whole generation, everything, beyond this generation, human history, it's all emotional. Very little reason, very little rationality. Why isn't he clearing it up and saying, look, this is what happened. I never seen this woman. I never had any contact with this woman. I didn't have anything to do with her death. I had nothing to do with it at all. Nothing has changed. I'm completely, out of the loop as far as her demise. I, extend my condolences to her family. I wanted that. He didn't really say, I think in one of the clips they came close to him saying that, but because it said breaks his silence, but it really didn't show enough ideal to really show the truth behind it. So I mean, it's just it's tragedy. It's tragedy. What was the question? No, but it is tragic. It is tragic. And it could turn into suspense. It can turn into all kinds of different ways of showing, who he is. David, this will always be with him. This will always mar him. This is what's scary about life. He can be found not guilty. He can be found not guilty, cleared of all charges. He's not even a person of interest, much less a suspect. He's not even in that ballpark. But just in case he goes to trial, let's say he goes to trial and they find him not guilty on all charges, whatever the case may be, this story will forever follow him, no matter what. And on his dying day, they'll say, well, David was a superstar. He's a great musician. He had that run-in with the registered car, the Tesla with the body chopped up inside of it. I mean, that's all this is going to happen. Same thing with Snoop. Same thing with Jay-Z. Same thing with Diddy. Same thing. All that's going to happen. All of that. So I think it is very crucial to show just how celebrity and gossip and news all coalesce, and the wheels of profit start to spin for these various companies, which is beautiful. Eat off of this young man's plate. Pause. Get the money. Get paid based on his predicament. There's just so many questions. I just want to answer them. Wrong answers though. Wrong answers. Okay, so before he went on tour, he knew this guy that was dating this one female, and she curved him, so he shot her. Then he chopped up the body and was like, look, I'll give you $500K, and increase your visibility on Spotify if you dispose of this body in this Tesla. He's like, what? And I was like, yeah, just do that, man. Just do it. Because they said the medical examiner said that she was in the vehicle for a long period of time, quote unquote. So that means that it could have been the time where he first, put the Tesla on the platform, and then when he walked away and got on his, I guess, his tour bus or some kind of vehicle to take him to different spots around the country, around the world. I think he might be on a world tour or a country tour. I don't know. A national tour, I mean. I'm not sure. But yeah, so it just okay, so he took it upon himself to meet this young lady. She wasn't feeling him. She thought his music was whack. So he pummeled her. Didn't mean to kill her, but accidentally killed her. And then, decided to chop her up, put her in the Tesla, put her onto the platform at the airport, and just have her wait there and have her decompose over time. I need the mortician lady. I need the lady on mortician. What's her name? I can't remember her name. Can't remember her name, but she's on Instagram. She's a famous mortician. I wonder what she would say about this case. With the knowledge of the people who are involved in this case, the investigators, the agents, the law enforcement, what are they scratching their heads? What are they doing? There's no person of interest. There's no suspects. Nobody is involved in this particular case that is saying anything against anyone really at this point. But it's weird too, because it's like Hollister and Crocs is like, nigga, you sitting down. You gonna sit down for a little while, okay? We can't boost you. We can't put our name on I don't know. They can't even say a suspected criminal. They can't even say it's a suspect, a person of interest. Just somebody that could make the brand look bad. Just that was quick. If it was Nike, they'd be like, oh, come on. Go ahead, man. Do your thing. We got Tiger Woods out of his trouble. He didn't kill anybody. He wasn't thought of killing anybody. Nobody died. No deaths. But what was it? Who else had a Nike deal? And they kept him. I can't remember who it was. But yeah, so this is the world in which we live. This is the world in which we live. Just take a moment to say, David had, been snorting coke, allegedly. I don't know. I have no idea if he was snorting coke. Say he was, putting snow up his nose, and he was doing it with this chick. And things got out of hand. He got really irate and slapped her around and punched her and kicked her, and somehow she went unconscious. He really didn't want her to die, but she died anyway. And so he took out a cleaver, chopped up her body, put her in plastic, and put her in that Tesla. Or again, somebody else could have done it. Somebody could have came in, said, "Look, we got this body. You'll get $1 million if you hide this body in your Tesla. I know it's registered in your name, but we're gonna give you $1 million just to keep her, in here." Or they didn't even say her; it just said it. It was a package. She was wrapped in a package, and he couldn't see her. And at this time, you can smell through the packaging, and they just wondered what they could do. So That's the reality of that. The unreality of David. Okay, let's go to some videos.
The president making some rare remarks right around the corner from the White House at the Museum of the Bible today. He's talking about faith and its role in his administration, as well as issuing new directives to his Department of Education. So new guidance for the Department of Education would protect the right to prayer in our public schools, the president says. He also announced his family Bible will be on display at the Museum of the Bible. That Bible was used in both of his inaugurations, he says. And the president also took the opportunity to talk about faith and his actions over the last 8 months or so, from slashing federal funding, he says, for schools that teach transgender education. He talked about banning gender-affirming surgeries and banning men from competing in women's sports. Now, Democrats have pushed back on this and are looking to expand access to gender-affirming care. And Senate Democrats blocked a GOP-led bill this year to ban transgender athletes from women's sports. But the president talked about his action as bringing faith back into the country.
When faith gets weaker, our country seems to get weaker. When faith gets stronger, as it is right now, we're having a very good period of time. After some rough years, good things happen for our country. It's amazing the way it seems to work that way.
President Trump also announcing this new initiative ahead of next year's 250th birthday celebration for the country. It's called, quote, America Prays. And the president, according to a White House official, telling us wants Americans to pray at least once a week for the country.
Let me cut in. This is supposed to be. Salute to you, Cougar. I'm back on the chat. My dumb ass. I was like, salute to Texas. Texas and Cougar coming in at the same time. We're talking about prayer in government school. Texas, this is right up your alley. Going back to Jesus. Putting Jesus in the prayer in school. Praying to the unknown and the unknowable. That's the whole plan of President Trump. He said himself, he just saw that clip. When the faith is weak in the country, when faith is weak, our country is weak. When faith is strong, our country is strong. Okay, so is that Christ-like, Texas, calling Cougar a bitch? Is that really Christ-like? I don't know. You tell me. Would Christ call? Yeah, he's a bitch. Yeah. You know what, Peter? You a bitch. One of his disciples. Just come out and say, Texas a queer or steer. So Cougar's shooting back. He's firing back. I'm not mad. But okay, so we have an issue, and I'm gonna break it down just like this. I do believe that there should be schools where there should be prayer. An atheist saying schools should have prayer? Yes. Private schools. There should be no government schools whatsoever. Only private schools. Only private schools. Private schools can pray and worship and wail and shout and Jesus, hallelujah, in the name of the Father and the name of the blood all day long. Just not private schools that wish to not do that. And they can't interfere. So with this, mandate, this idea, I guess you can say, it's amazing to see how, Trump doesn't really care about faith. He's not an atheist. He's not a theist. He's a nothing in a lot of ways. He's also kind of like Biden. He's also a nothing. He has in his grasp the pool of politics. He has to see the witch doctor. He's more of a Attila more than a witch doctor, because he'll just look at the witch doctor like, yeah, God, hallelujah, thank you, whatever, I'm just trying to rule the world. I'm just trying to rule this country and be a ruler over men. Oh wow, they're really going at it now. So I'm gonna let them do their thing. Texas and Cougar going back and forth. Pause. But yeah, this is unprecedented. This is really scary. Seems like if you watch the show Handmaid's Tale, Gilead and before his was it before his eye or something like that, or in his eye or something like that. The greetings and stuff that they say to each other. It seems like that. It seems like that whole world of theocracy. That we could have a theocracy under Trump, and it could be extended. I mean, he's not the first, and I think he's not the first, faith-based president. There have been deists and possible atheists as president. Sky, you tripping as usual? Yeah, I'm on my tripping stuff. I'm tripping. Prayer was in school before it should have never been taken out. Why have prayer in school when it has no effect on reality? It has no effect. You just saying words into the air. You're talking to yourself. We always look down on people that talk to themselves, but you're literally talking to yourself because there's no one else. There's no other physical body, that human or otherwise, that is listening to your quote unquote prayers. At least you guys can agree on something. Kids these days need Jesus. At least Texas and Cougar can agree on the Jesus part. You both seem to be brain sullied, not brainwashed, but brain sullied by the mystical forces around us. I'm gonna try to see if I can look at another clip.
It's Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions. Sure. First, on prayer again. Is the Trump administration looking for the forthcoming prayer guidelines to challenge existing court precedent on the right to pray in public schools?
Well, the president spoke about that yesterday, and some of the changes we are making to ensure that the religious liberties of America's students and our youth are respected in public schools. In fact, he had a young student and invited him on stage to share his story about how when this young boy spoke about biological and biblical truth in his classroom, he faced consequences for that, and how Americans of faith should not be facing consequences for expressing their religious freedom and their religious views. Not in any public school in America should that be happening. You heard the president talk about that yesterday.
There's yet another push to bring prayer back in South Carolina classrooms, challenging the idea.
I see you out there, Texas. You're not being specific, but be specific. Be specific. Say what you gotta say. Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. And put some bass in your voice. Okay, no Muslims, but they pray too. You're praying to the same God. No matter what it is, you obviously have some kind of the same God. It's the Abrahamic faith. It's Moses, Muhammad, and Jesus. Those are the three branches: Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. That's it for those Abrahamic faiths. You also got to teach about the Crusades, of course. Teach about the Crusades. How awful and vicious they were. This is before guns, but it has the same idea. The late great George Carlin, rest in power, he once said, do you believe in God? Another person says no. They say bang, shot him dead. And then I'm paraphrasing, but he said, do you believe in God? Yes. Do you believe in my God? Bang, no, bang, and that's the way it goes for history. Muslims like Jesus. Yes, a lot of Muslims acknowledge the fact that they want to spur the second coming of Christ so that the world can end and we can all, be lifted up into heaven or downgraded into hell. No, they are from Ishmael. We are from Isaac. Yeah, I said that. Ishmael and Isaac, those are the Abrahamic faiths, though. The messengers. I'm talking about the messengers of the Abrahamic faith. Muslims don't believe he is the Son of God. Of course, yes, it's true. That is true. But once you put faith and reason together, all you're going to do is put reason is like gasoline. faith is like sand. And, properly it can be expressed in a private manner, and that's fine. That's sand. But when you try to put sand and gasoline in your vehicle, what are the results? Ishmael is the bastard child of Abraham and spilled nothing but hate. Respect to all the black Jews. You talking about Drake now? What you talking about? But yes, this is horrific. This is horrific. This is exactly why we need private schools. All day long, you can practice your faith. You can practice your religion. I'm not going to say religion because a lot of people say religion is like, not a lot of people, but certain people say that religion is like a routine, like you wash your face and you brush your teeth religiously, stuff like that. So I'll say faith. Faith is what Ayn Rand said is also the faith is faith and force, destroyers of the new world, of the world, I think, or something like that. But don't get me quoting because I'm messing up. I'll chop it up. But that's the reason why we have to have privatized schools. There should be no Department of Education. He tried to gut certain aspects of private education. But I found this. Why don't we have prayer in school? That'll work. That's where the Department of Education can come in. There are no public Jewish schools. Are there public Christian schools? Are there public Islamic schools? That's wonderful, Cougar. But I mean, isn't that inherent in the fact that there are, certain schools that are just, and it's not just public, it's government. Don't just say public, say government. Cougar is an idiot. See, that's Christian. That's Christian-like. That's very Christian-like. I'm being sarcastic, but Texas has a mean streak, and so he just says, stuff that's, pretty outlandish. But this is the sad case that we have to deal with. A president who has really doesn't care about God. There is no God, but he doesn't even care about, the idea of a God being. He just wants power. He's a power luster, and whatever he will do, he'll try to stir up his base of right wing, MAGA kind of people, and get them on his line. Yeah, all God, all Jesus. But in personal life, it's completely against it. Personally against the teachings of Christ, the teachings, and then it's like, oh well, I can do whatever the hell I want, and then I'll pray and get saved, and then even if I die, I'll stand before St. Peter and be like, look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, and let me into the gates of heaven or something like that. And I love the fact that everything is so completely stars, skies, false God. That was funny. No, I have no gods whatsoever. The closest thing I have to a God is my Father. That's the closest thing that I have to a God. But so we have to look at the fact that Trump is a power luster who does not care one iota about private, public, government, whatever the case may be, prayer in school. He does not care. He is trying to score political points. That's what his whole role is. He's trying to get onto the base, trying to get, stimulate his base. Max Vision Films in the building. Salute to you, sir. I see you. You see me, I guess. You got the eyes. I don't know what the eyes mean. Oh my God, oh my God, is psych meds. I don't even know what that means. Did you mean to say something differently? Did you mean to put in a different word? What's going on, Max Vision? Leave prayer in school up to the states. No, leave prayer in school up to private industry. That's what has to happen. Private schools should function as businesses and should only say what they wish to say whatever has to do with God, whatever, if it has to do with a Christmas tree, I don't give a goddamn. As long as you are, worshiping on your own private property, that's the key. And you can't, atheist schools can't stop Catholic schools or whatever the case may be. It's based on all private property. That's the facts on that. Just to remind you that Trump actually said this. I'll put it up.
This morning that the Department of Education will soon issue new guidance protecting the right to prayer in our public schools, and this total protection.
He doesn't care. He doesn't give one speck of care regarding government schools or private schools. He just wants power. Obviously, I mean, it's almost like a overstatement, or an understatement, really, because he wants power, but he wants it in a different. He wants the power, but he wants it to be like concentrated into his own way of saying. Like he has no affiliation with any. When he speaks about faith, he speaks about the nation. He speaks about the country. He speaks about, the country being quote unquote stronger under faith. You put faith in school, you put prayer in school, whatever the case may be, you're going to only get worse and worse scores. You're going to get worse and worse teaching. You're going to get worse and worse everything, according to the idea of it in government schools. But that's my whole point about privatizing, because Catholic schools do very well. I mean, there are graduates of Catholic school that have won some of the best educations ever, despite, not because of, but despite the fact that they had faithful teachings involved. Oh boy, now he's talking about getting pegged. Pause. Oh my God.
Scary stuff. And a live look to the White House this morning as President Trump teases new actions surrounding prayer in public schools. He said the Department of Education will issue new guidance on the matter, but did not give an idea of when that would happen. He also hasn't shared any details about what exactly the new guidance will be, but he did say the American people, quote, have to bring back religion in America, bring it back stronger than ever before, end quote.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? For the country, for the nation. He's a nationalist. He's all about the tribe. He's all about the tribe of the country. Not the individuals, but the tribe. And it has to be mysticism that he uses his way to funnel in his ideas. Because that's the best part. You get him to believe in nothing, the greatest irony of all time. Everybody who has ever existed and put non-existence ahead of existence, that's irony. And that's a sad, sad irony that I experienced for 16 years of my life until I woke up from the dream, as Mr. Troy Star Terrain would say, and completely understood, that there is no God, there never was a God, there never will be a God. But people take it so seriously. We have, once again, it's just like racism. It's just like racism. If it weren't for so many disgusting, horrible, horrifying, ugly acts of violence and force, it'd be hilarious. You go by somebody's skin color, their hair texture, their eye color, their makeup on their, the structure of their nose and their lips and their body parts. I hate you because of that. You're different from me, and therefore I hate you. Like, what? We're all human beings. Humans. How can you say one person is better than the other without investigating his virtues, values, and principles? His ethics, her morality. How does that work, Texas? I'm not sure how that works. Cougar mad they took junk food out of EBT. Well, you don't want to be in a food desert, so. But anyway, that is the reality of all of this. That is the truth. Anyhow, that is how we have to, govern ourselves, and making sure that private schools rule the land. That is the key. That is it. Because they mix it. It's all mixed. It's like, oh, we believe in science. We got science. They love to say science. Hardly ever do they say reason. Sometimes they say reason. Sometimes they say reason. But mostly they say science. And they say, oh, we're for science. God made science. God made us in his image scientifically. Like, now we're getting really close. No, she didn't really bounce, but Texas saying because you mom, not your mom, but you mom. I'm just messing with you because I make grammatical errors too. But he meant to say because your mom bounced Sky. No, she didn't bounce. They just divorced and they went their separate ways because they would have never been compatible with each other. As I got older. But that's a whole different situation. The prayer in school has got to not be.
It's 6:06 and time for your morning headlines. President Trump announced that the Department of Education will issue guidance about prayer in public schools. The president did not provide the timing or further details about what the new guidance will be, but he said the American people, quote, have to bring back religion in America, bringing it back.
I would like to see the receipts and the ticket stubs and everything else regarding my donation to Dr. Umar Johnson. I have in no way ever donated a penny to his cause. Not to say it's not a righteous cause. I just haven't contributed to him. I also never take advice from a man that had... Okay, wow. Where did that come from? From Umar Johnson?
Stronger than ever before. Lawmakers here in Texas are already expanding prayer in public schools. A new law took effect at the beginning of this month, allowing public schools to set aside time for prayer and reading the Bible or other religious texts. School boards have the option to adopt this policy, and parents or guardians must give consent before a child can participate. And Americans are feeling less confident about landing a new...
So, let me see if there's another.
Well, in other education news, President Donald Trump announced that the Department of Education will issue new guidance about prayer in public schools. Now, the president did not provide the timing or further details about what that new guidance will be, but he said that the American people, quote, have to bring back religion in America.
Mr. Trump also makes a case for reading the Bible. Take a listen to this one.
For thousands of years, the Bible has shaped civilization, ethics, art, and literature, and it's brought hope, healing, and transformation to untold millions and millions of lives.
That's the teleprompter speaking. He's not taking that from his mind. He's taking that from the teleprompter. Somebody wrote that for him. Because he would never say that. He's not caring about literature or healing or being a guide or a purpose for someone's driven life. He could care less. Wow, y'all going back and forth still. But he could care less. He could care less about, various parts of the Bible. The Bible, he's never, I would imagine he's never read it. Allegedly, he's never read it. I've never read it completely. I'm not trying to dump on him just because he didn't read the Bible, but I'm just saying he promotes it so much, you would think that he read it from cover to cover 16 times. All 66 books. Let's go back into what he has to say.
The Bible is also an important part of the American story.
As I have said, President Trump is bringing prayer and God back to America. And it could.
See, he wants to bring it back to America. To America. Bible. And the implication is Christian Bible. Not the Judeo-Christian Bible. Not the Islamic Hadith. Not the Quran. Not the Jewish Torah. But the Christian Bible. Some it's like, Judeo-Christian. You guys have the Old Testament, But I go to a church that preaches that Jesus was at the beginning of time. From page 1, Genesis. In the beginning was the Word. And the Word was God. And the Word was with God. Don't get me start quoting out here, but I'll chop it up. But that's the gist of it.
Come soon enough. And that's tonight's rip. All right. Joining me now to talk about this, Alabama Senator, Mr. Tommy Tuberville. Senator Tuberville, thank you for that. Let's talk about this. Has any president in your memory, I can't think of anybody, talked more about God and religion and faith and putting all of that back into America? I can think of authors and commentators like the great William F. Buckley Jr., but not a president, not like this. What do you think, Senator?
Well, not like President Trump. Ronald Reagan did speak a lot about God and prayer back in my younger days and your younger days. But at the end of the day, Larry, we have to put structure back in this country. If you're going to have a team like we have in the United States of America, we have to have something to believe in. And we have the Democratic Party that's fighting against all of this. As you just cited, Tim Kaine, he does. He needs to read the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Thomas Jefferson actually started a university in his state. It's amazing to me, Larry. I started prayer back on college football teams back in 1995. I was the first coach to implement a full-time team chaplain for a football program. And now today, 30 years later, we have one in almost every school across the country. And that's where you have to start. You have to start in family. You have to start in schools, prayer in schools, Bible in schools.
Yes, start with irrational ideas. Start them out with thinking about completely opposite thoughts, and let them explore these notions of worshiping something that isn't there. Reification of a zero, as Ayn Rand would put it. Reification of a zero simply means that you're putting all your trust, hope, and guidance into something that doesn't exist, something that has never existed, something that will never exist, and just taking that to a totally different level. This is what Dr. Jerome Brooks said, about people saying, "Oh, there should be somebody running for, the ticket for an objectivist. Objectivists should be running for the ticket for president." They would lose in a landslide. Right now, we're not anywhere near the point where we could declare that an objectivist will be effective as a candidate. It's way too early. The culture is not ready for it. The people aren't ready for it. The government system isn't ready for it. It could take another 20 to 30 years or more, maybe 40 or 50 years. I don't know. I may see it. He may see it. He'll be in his 90s, let's say. Let's say he'll be in his 90s. I hope he'll be able to see it. That'd be great. But yeah, it's a scary thing. It's very scary because you really believe it. You believe it, and the thing is, it compiles, it overlaps, and it builds on itself, and it creates a whole new way of understanding. It's very creepy because I really believed in God. I had a firm grasp on God. Then I was like, I don't believe in God. Like it took powerful literature, Objective Hate, and the Virtue of Selfishness were the two books that really, did a job on me positively. I still have to struggle with, saying, whether, there is to other people that there is no God. And, they're going to just like say, okay, I'm just going to brush that off. There is a God. I know it. He's done so much for me. He's done. Well, what has he done for your enemies? Like Texas and Cougar, what has he done for each of you? You guys are battling out in the chat room. You should be why aren't you praising and worshiping each other and congratulating each other and saying each other are better than are good, building each other up. I won't harm you with words from my mouth. I love you. I need you to survive is a gospel song. Why I wonder why they're not saying that. Sky, the devil didn't have to work hard on you. No, because I am the devil. I don't have to work hard on myself at all. I am the devil, in fact. If you look at my years, my month, day, and year, it all equates to 666. So that's the mark of the beast. I am the devil, sir. So I say that in passing. I say that, tongue in cheek, just very haha, because there is no devil either. But as a literary figure, the devil is probably Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub, whatever you want to call him, Lord of the Flies, ruler of the power of the air, or ruler of the kingdom of the air. He's probably one of the most prominent and greatest figures ever. He represents individualism. He represents, going against, the idea of God, even though there is, a belief, obviously, in that. What does the Julian calendar have to do with God for the mark of the beast? Because it equates to the number of 666. What does 666 have to do with a birthmark on some kid's head in the movie The Omen? It's the same thing. I hope I didn't spoil anything for anyone. But yeah, so it's the same idea. It's just, understanding in a different way. But that is the reality of that. That is the truth. I mean, they say, like I said, they love to say science. They'll say, we believe in science. We believe in DNA. God created evolution. Like it makes zero sense. But they'll say, yeah. God definitely created evolution. And then they love to say, oh, we came from monkeys. No, we came from a distant cousin of a chimpanzee. That's what humans came from. We developed maybe hundreds of thousands to 200,000 years ago. We're pretty new on the planet. That's about 4.5 billion years ago. And the Bible would suggest that we were around for only 6,000 years. That's detrimental. I don't really respect him that much. I don't really regard him that highly. But Bill Maher had a good documentary called Religulous. He even used a religious kind of connotation. But it just, a lot of things struck you. It's like there's a congressman or a representative, a senator, I can't remember who it was, but he said, you don't have to pass an IQ test to become a senator or part of the House or something like that. And, Bill Maher's face was just like, he was just like, okay. You kind of just, dismissed yourself, completely. So, I mean, prayer in school is probably one of the worst things that could possibly happen to any society, for a free society. Like I said, you can be free to have Catholic schools, Baptist schools, Islamic schools, Judeo schools, all of that. That's wonderful, great. Just don't put that on my atheistic, secular schooling curriculum. Just don't do that. Please don't. You're stepping over your boundaries here. And also, you have to remember in the clip that the lady said that they have to get a permission slip for or they have to the parents have to pass off on the child participating in prayer at the beginning. Cougar says Texas has not evolved. He's still a chimp. You gonna go back at him, Texas? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say? You got something left? You got something in the tank? So let's go back to the clip because this is interesting. Cudlow.
We kicked it out and we turned God the other direction. Our country turned the other direction.
Thank you for that, by the way, Senator. Thank you for that very much. I just, it just seems to me faith and prayer make us all better as individuals, as families, and work. I always have argued work is itself godly. Work is so important. And if you have faith, you'll work harder and you'll do better. You'll get along with folks better.
Again, they say work and sex and money and sex, or work and sex are gifts from God. That's like the Christian, refrain, repetition. They're gifts from God. They're actually not. They're actually functions of the human body, totally against any mystical leanings. That's the truth. Work and sex are completely devoid of any kind of mystical teachings or anything like that. They're so powerful. They're so vital to human life and functioning that it's just I just sit back in awe when people from the mystical side say that they are gifts from some unknown and unknowable source. I'll continue. Death Row, salute.
But I think work is sort of very much part of faith.
There's no doubt about that. It
Sky
gives you something to believe in, Larry. It gives you something to lean on, some partner that you can work to make something better. There many times I've gone on my hands and knees, and you don't ask for God to give you anything. You ask just for the opportunity. And that's all we need in this country is an opportunity. But you need somebody to give you that option for an opportunity. And that's what President Trump's saying. Our law enforcement need help. Our National Guard needs help. Our people that trying to keep law and order in streets, you see the murders that just happened this weekend, they all need help. We have a bad addiction problem, a mental health problem. We have so many things going the opposite direction. The only thing that's going to help us is God and God's prayer.
Do you know why people are in addiction? You know why people are strung out? You know why people are on going missions of murdering people and mass shootings? I bet most of them aren't atheists. I'm pretty sure zero are objectivists. I can probably, attest to that. It's because they're so confused. It's such a confusing world. You're getting these mixed messages. You're saying, I should be secular. I should be for God. I should be secular. I should be for God. And then they just say, look, I can just go to the drugs and now, solve my problems. I'll just take narcotics and that will numb the pain away from being, drawn to this Jesus thing. And that's the thing too, because they take in the drugs, they take in all the narcotics and everything, and then they turn around and they go to rehab, and then they come out, they hit rock bottom, and then they turn out to be, counselors or something like that, or go to school and get a master's degree or something like that, and then they make $90,000 to $140,000 a year, and they were just an addict a few years ago. And what do? They thank God, they thank Hallelujah, thank you Jesus, Hallelujah in the name of the blood, and in the name of the Father, and it's because of that. It's because of the complete just complete, terror that goes on in the spirit, goes on in the soul. I do believe in the spirit and the soul, but it's not mystical. It's not bound by God. That's how I see it. So I'm gonna continue with the post.
Well, I sure think, by the way, on that narrow point, faith in God will help addiction problems. That's been my own experience, by the way. He also puts in a good word for the Bible and the importance of the Bible and the tradition of the Bible. Now, there's another one, Senator Tuberville. I can't remember a president talking quite that way. Don't keep the Bibles out of school. Don't keep the Bibles out. Keep them in. A little Bible reading never hurt anybody.
Yeah, Bible classes. The schools, Larry, right now, the higher education schools.
He said, "Little Bible teaching never hurt anybody. It does the most hurt." Opposite of what he said. It is most detrimental to the mind, to mental facilities. When they say it's the understanding that passes all understanding, lean not to your own understanding. Do not go after vain philosophy. Do not think, essentially. It doesn't say that. The Bible, I don't think anywhere in the Bible it says do not think, but that's the overall message. Like, you don't have to think. That burden is off of you. You do not have to think. You do not have to consider anything at all. All you have to do is just believe. All you have to do is have faith. And everything will be okay. Everything will be fine. Except when jetliners slam into office buildings, except when Catholics go against foreign indigenous people and convert them over to Christianity, except when Protestants load up vehicles and blow up municipal buildings. That's when it gets serious.
That are really thriving are Liberty. Some of these schools that actually teach Bible study and actually bring young men and women together of all races, of all.
There's a line on one of the chyrons, one of the headers. It says, "Trump, America was founded on faith." Was it really? America was founded on deists, atheists, Christians, maybe some other faiths, but mainly deists. A lot of times it was deists are people that believe that God set the world in motion, that set the universe in motion. He just said, "Look, here you go. Do what you must do. I'm going to step out of it. I have nothing to do with it." It's like a halfway. It's kind of like 2% milk of atheism. It's like milk and it's there, but it's really not. But it covers the affairs of human beings governing themselves. It's like God just sets up the universe, steps back, and you guys do whatever you got to do. Then you have, theists, people that do believe in God. I'm sure there were some. I mean, even Thomas Jefferson, he had the Jefferson Bible. He took out all the mystical elements. He took out just mainly the quote unquote historical activities. He kept those. He kept the passages that didn't, subscribe to God. Okay, Death Row, I got you. Okay. Christianity, but Catholics. Catholicism is the truth. That's coming from a messianic Jew. I think he meant Jew, a messianic Jew. Okay.
All creeds, and it gives us hope. But we have a lot of these universities that are absolutely the opposite direction. They deny the Bible. They deny prayer. I've been part of that. Again, when I started chaplains in college football programs, I was attacked from the Wall Street Journal. All these liberal newspapers, they came after me right and left. Church versus state. We have to get that out of the way and start believing in God again and give our young people opportunities that we had years and years ago.
I just read this again. For thousands of years, this is Mr. Trump speaking. For thousands of years, the Bible has shaped civilization, ethics, art, and literature, and it's brought hope, healing, and transformation to untold millions and millions of lives. The Bible is an important part of the American story. I don't want to separate that church and state. That part, the Bible, I mean, if you don't want to read it, don't read it. But there's a lot in the Bible. And here's Trump. Look, he has often said God saved him for a purpose. His whole administration, the second term, may be providential, okay? But I think it's just quite remarkable that time and again, he is unafraid to just come out in bold letters and say that. And I think he's doing us a tremendous, fabulous service, essentially putting God, prayer, and the Bible back into American life. There's nothing like that, sir.
Well, you're right, Larry, and it's one thing that's been missing, and sometimes the politicians and people all across the country, they're really afraid to bring it up because they know they're going to get attacked by the liberals for this. President Trump will get a major pushback on this by the liberal media. It's coming. They're coming after him because they don't believe in this. They want to keep the Bible out. They want to keep prayer out. They want to destroy family.
In the chat, Death Row says God did, like DJ Khaled. God did what? What did he do exactly? And what about his hairstyle? And who clips his toenails? I'm as serious as goddamn colon cancer. I'm serious. Like, what kind of car does God drive? Does he drive a car? Does he have a house? Where does he walk? Where does he get his news? It sounds ridiculous, but that's how ridiculous faith is. Even your idol, Charlemagne the God believes. I never said Charlemagne was my idol. When did I ever say Charlemagne the God was my idol? You must be mistaken, sir. You're severely mistaken. He's nowhere near my idol. Mr. George Dartrani isn't my idol. He's a business associate. But you know that's all faith is. Faith is the arbitrary. It's nothing specific. They say you'll never grow old. Okay, so when you start, are you a child? Are you a baby again? Are you 40 years old? Are you 100 years old? And you don't grow older than that, or when you died, or no? It's up to Jesus. It's up to God. You know, that's all it is. Don't think with this. Think with this. You know, you gotta. I had somebody tell me, you guys go down, a foot to your heart or something like that, from your brain to your heart. I got screenshots, 33 years. You got screenshots of what? And what are the 33 years? You got to start speaking in specific examples and fuller sentences. I don't know what you're talking about, Death Row. We go to heaven when we 33. It's in the Bible. Okay. I did not know that. So anybody that dies before 33 or after 33, what happens to them? You're driving. Hey, be careful out there. Don't pin that on me. You get into a car crash. I was listening to Sky Saunders. I was listening to Sky in the Morning Sky. And I swerved off and hit a guardrail, and I don't need that. So be careful out there, Death Row. But Trump also says when faith gets weaker, country gets weaker. He doesn't care about faith. Don't get it confused, folks. He brings out faith as a showgirl. Showgirl is his faith. He doesn't care about the looks and the stares and everything like that. All he cares about is the money that the showgirl captures. And it's not just physical and I'm saying psychological money. His he gets currency based off of attention. He gets currency based off of what he does in this country as the current leader, and that's what he does with faith. He just trots it out. I really believe. I believe in faith. I believe in God. He plays lip service, but he doesn't believe in God. I don't think so. It's not even like the atheists of believing in God. I'm talking about atheists and understanding the facets of this world, of understanding the ideas, not just of God, but just thought and ideas. He's that kind of atheist. He's like a piss poor atheist.
And by doing that, it's going to bring this country under. So kudos to President Trump for stepping into it and stepping out there on the plank. But he knows that they're going to come after him. But that's all right. I mean, God's going to be with him.
Yes, sir. God's going to be with him. The economy is going to be with him. The work effort's going to be with him. The whole country is going to be with him. Senator Tommy Tuberville, you're the best of the best, sir. Thank you ever so much.
Joining us this morning is Hannah Allen from Honey Grove, Texas. A few years ago, Hannah organized a group of her classmates to pray for an injured peer. The school principal declared that Hannah's generous act of love was prohibited from taking place in front of the other students. Didn't like it. The principal didn't like it. Can you imagine? But Hannah very strongly stood her ground and she won. And Hannah, I just want to thank you for letting the light of your faith shine for all of those to see. We really appreciate it. And where is Hannah? Is Hannah here someplace? I think so. Hannah, stand up, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hannah. I know what you went through. It's great. Appreciate it. To support students like Hannah, I'm pleased to announce this morning that the Department of Education will soon issue new guidance protecting the right to prayer in our public schools, and it's total protection.
Death Row says, I prefer the devil work. I do not prefer the devil work. I only prefer the literary character of the Luciferian model. What he represents in the Bible and in other texts. Same. Okay. How's that same? I don't know.
President Trump vowed to protect prayer in public schools with new guidance from the Department of Education. The president making the announcement while addressing his Religious Liberty Commission at the Museum of Bible this morning. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joining us to explain. So we know Trump has long vowed to bring religion back to the nation. Tell us more about what he talked about in his speech.
So the upcoming guidance from the Education Department was a big portion of Trump's address. But the president also touching on numerous initiatives being worked on right now, including his crime crackdown and ending what he calls, quote, anti-Christian bias. While addressing the Religious Liberty Commission at the Museum of the Bible Monday morning, President Trump announcing upcoming guidance to protect prayer in public schools.
The Department of Education will soon issue new guidance protecting the right to prayer in our public schools.
While it's not yet clear what the guidance will be, Trump, who has long vowed to bring religion back to the nation, went on to allege students are, quote, indoctrinated with anti-religious propaganda, adding his administration would, quote, protect the Judeo-Christian values of our founding.
To have a great nation, you have to have religion. I believe that so strongly.
But the Freedom from Religion Foundation, the nation's largest free thought association, condemning Trump's address Monday, writing on its website, the hearing looked more like a church service than government meeting. From the Christian prayers to the Christian nationalist lineup of speakers, the commission is not protecting religious liberty. It's promoting Trump's political agenda and a false narrative that America is a Christian nation. During the nearly hour-long speech, the president discussing numerous other topics as well, including efforts to end what he calls wokeness at the Smithsonian and expanding his crime crackdown into Chicago.
I don't know why Chicago isn't calling us saying, please give us help. When you have, over just a short period of time, 50 murders and hundreds of people shot.
Now, President Trump also launching the America Prays Initiative, a call for Americans to unite in prayer for the nation's strength, peace, and prosperity ahead of the country's 250th anniversary.
But that's just it. They pray. They say anything. That's the thing that galls me. That's the thing. They say, "Oh Lord Jesus, help me," and He helped me. He prayed for me. He did for. He did. He was. Heaven got busy, and what happened on September 11, 2001? Just as a huge example among many examples. It says it's around this time. It's going to be tomorrow, the 24th anniversary. So those prayers went unanswered, or answered like, "Well, you're going to die today." Oh well. Oh, they go to heaven. That's great. Well. It just the BS monitor just goes off. Sky, go foreign to your head, you denying God. You can't deny something that doesn't exist. You're never called upon to prove a negative, and God is a negative. 3,000 Americans, 3,000 American citizens, all perished on that day. Where are the prayers? What happens with the prayers? Well, God needed them more. Yeah. God needed them more. How despicable and ugly and disgusting is that? And pray for my cancer. Put hands on me. Put hands on my side. My side inside of me is my liver. Put hands on my liver. I have liver cancer. Put hands on that, and then I'll be healed. This is what faith does. And it's like, okay, so you pull through. Oh my God, Jesus praised me. Praise be Jesus. He helped me out. He took me to another level. He saved my life. It's great. The person dies. Oh well, God needed him more, and he's out of his misery. He's out of pain. He's no longer in. Just a subjective and just complete and utter nonsense. Just excuses. Would you like to have your life spared? Spared from what? God's plan. Now you're doing people's. That's Drake. God's plan. So it's just amazing. It really is an amazing thing. Because, like I said, 16 years of my life, I actually believed. And there was a point in my life I was like, I don't really see it, but I have to, go through this. I'll go through this. And it's ironic because it feels like it was supposed to be preordained, like it was supposed to happen. Like, what if I didn't listen to the radio, read the books, completely, revolutionize my mind? That's all chance. That was all chance. That was not like, it's not preordained. It's not, destiny or fate or anything like that. I don't believe in anything like that, but it just is Bob on the dash. Who said, now you're just doing songs. Death Row. So I just looked at it as like that. I looked at it like that. So that is the detriment of faith. That is the sadness. That's the serious cancer. That isn't cancer. It's like it's malignant cancer, but it doesn't even exist. And it's like a solve that doesn't exist either. None of this exists. It's not true. It's not reality. It's not part of facts. Like I said, does Jesus drive a Lamborghini in heaven? Does he? Are there zero emissions? Are there? You start talking like they're like, stop playing. You need to stop playing with God. And I'm not playing with God. I'm serious. I'm serious as colorectal anal cancer. Serious. I'm as serious as that because this is life. This is somebody's your entire life is based on this. From the moment you're Christian until the moment they put you into the ground or you're ground up into tiny pieces of cremains. It's the whole gamut of life. The whole way. Aioli? What are you saying about aioli? You hungry? It's very despicable, very disgusting to have, this discussion of prayer in schools because in government school, as we stand now in government schools, and I say government because a lot of people say, I'm going to a public school. Say it's a government school, that cuts to the bone more so. That cuts straight to the bone. You call it a government school because that's exactly what it is. It's run by the government. City, state, federal grants are throughout all these different government schools. So with the advent of private schools, we wouldn't even have this discussion. I would certainly say, hey, teach the Bible all you want, you Christians. Teach the Quran all you want, you in Hadith, you Muslims. Teach the Talmud all you want, Jews. Do what you want to do. It's part of your private property rights. And that's what under capitalism would protect people. But there's the axis powers and there's the axis of evil. And mysticism isn't necessarily evil. It's a bad sign. I'll say I just have to give you that disclaimer. But it's included in the three different axes or the axis. The allied powers are reason, individualism, and capitalism. And the axis powers are mysticism, collectivism, and altruism. Reason is hardly ever spoken of. I wonder how many times it's actually spoken of in the Bible. Reason, or if I say the real definition of it, which I know, I would sound like I swallowed an encyclopedia or a dictionary. So I'm just going to say reason is your capacity to think. Now that's not a full and complete understanding, but it's a shortcut, and I'm not trying to shortcut the ideal, but I'm just trying to give you a sense without saying. I'll say it right now. I'll say reason is the faculty that identifies and integrates the materials provided by men's senses. See, now that is quite a mouthful. And there's individualism. Individualism doesn't have a specific entry in the Ayn Rand lexicon that has a specific and pinpointed definition. I don't think it just gives examples of how you should be egoistic, you should be selfish, you should concern yourself with your own value system. You should not go with the herd. You should be a part of your own mental makeup. And capitalism, of course, is the protection of individual rights, particularly property rights in a society, and is the only social system of justice. I'm not your bro, but I'm not stuck in the third dimension either. But I'm just giving an example. I'm just giving examples. I'm not your brother either. He's trying to say bro and then brother. Because you're the type to say, oh, yeah, my brother. Yeah, what's going on, man? Yeah, that's a nice watch you're wearing. That's cool. I like that. Man, I'm gonna go up ahead of you. I'm gonna go around the corner. I'll see you. And then you go up the block and there's people that, take your watch away from you. And a guy comes back and says, "Hey, my brother, what happened to that cool watch you had on?" He knew all about it. He planned the whole setup and everything. So your skin folk ain't always your kinfolk. That's something you got to watch for. Run that watch. Trying to find something that would be I'm looking for a break. So I'm gonna be taking a break in about an hour, a little over an hour or something like that, so I can eat lunch. I don't see anything. I don't know. So that's just the terror.
Reporting for the National
going
News
on.
Desk, I'm Jeff Harris.
Meanwhile, we have seen the clash
irony.
between how much religion and the government should intersect, especially in schools, right here in the natural state. Well, recently, a judge held up a law that mandates the display of the Ten Commandments. Well, tonight, President Donald Trump spoke at the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the selfishness of Jesus and God. See, God can be selfish. Jesus can be selfish. All they want. God can say no others before me. That's kind of selfish. That's really selfish. Oh, but it's God, so it's okay. It's all right. He's the ruler of the universe. He's just God like that. So he can say that. Okay, great. I see he's setting an example. Then Jesus, I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. No one comes before the Father except through me. That's completely, I'm saying in quotes, selfish. It's not really selfish in the sense of taking care of your own self-interest and your values, but it's a pompous, arrogant stance. That's what it really is. And that's what it boils down to. It's a very arrogant position to be.
Talking religious freedom in public schools nationwide, announced that the Department of Education will soon issue new guidance that protects the right to prayer in public schools.
As president, I will always defend our nation's glorious heritage, and we will protect the Judeo-Christian principles of our founding, and we will protect them with vigor.
After those comments, the Department of Homeland Security announced that federal immigration agents are launching an operation in Illinois, especially Chicago. They'll be targeting immigrants living in the U.S. illegally who are.
So does Trump pray for the various people that are deported out of this country? Does he pray for their well-being? You're supposed to be altruistic. That's altruism. He's supposed to pray for the people that he goes against and love them, love his enemies. Yeah, love your enemies. That's right. Love your enemies. That's what the Bible says. It doesn't say, like them or your neighbor or whatever. No, love your enemies. People that go up against you. People that rise you. Somebody just run down the street with a knife about to stab you in the eye. That's an enemy. So that's an example.
Let's talk about it with Rob Bluey, Executive Director of the Daily Signal, Democratic strategist now, Naveen Nayak joining us as well. Where do you think, Rob, this is all going?
Well, I think you're seeing a president who deeply believes in faith, and he knows that the power of prayer is something that can transform our country for the better. I think it was phenomenal to see him at the Museum of the Bible today. And Connell, as you know, there's such a thing that the Supreme Court has allowed called release time, where students can leave school during school hours. And there's a great program called LifeWise Academy that promotes this across the country. And so the more that our students can be engaging in this type of behavior, I think we'll be better off. It is proven to be create a happier society and create stronger families.
All right. I'm not going to sit and debate how religious President Trump is as an individual throughout, but I get your point on policy, and I do wonder where that's going to take us, Naveen. Respond on that part of it if you can.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's at this point, it's an executive order, and that's kind of the only way Donald Trump seems to want to govern on some of these cultural issues, as opposed to actually trying to go to Congress, because there would not be support in Congress for trying to legislate allowing prayer in the classroom. This used to be a pretty bipartisan issue when it came to, yes, the role of faith, the role of religion. That is a really important thing in America, or, the freedom not to practice a religion, obviously. Right. But I think every president has pushed for the role that plays in our lives as humans. Obviously, what's really different about the president is he would only favor Christians. There would be a strong opposition if there was a Muslim prayer in classrooms. And so the ability to actually apply this on a policy level falls apart. This is politics. He's catering to his base. I don't think anyone sees it as anything other than that.
We'll see where it goes. Speaking of politics, you know what other story came back today? Won't seem to go away. It was this Epstein business. And what came out today with the House Oversight Committee having more documents presented was this drawing that President Trump allegedly sent to Epstein for his birthday and then signed. Now, the president says he still didn't draw it. Didn't sign it. This is the alleged drawing. And in fact, his White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, says the following. Latest piece published by the Wall Street Journal, or talks about the piece published then by the Wall Street Journal, there's a lawsuit involved, with this entire birthday card story is false. I've said it all along. It's clear President Trump did not draw the picture, did not sign it. The president's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation, which, as I said, they've been doing. Furthermore, identifies the reporters from the Journal who wrote this hatchet job, as he sees it, reached out for comment at the exact same moment the story was published. So that goes back to the time, Rob, when the story was originally published. There was and is a lawsuit. Now we see what it's about. But again, the White House is insisting it still wasn't Trump. What does it all mean, if anything, Rob?
Well, I think what it means politically.
All right, I thought they were going to talk more about God and faith in schools and everything. Let me see if I can go to different.
Now to the latest developments out of Washington. President Trump delivered remarks on religious freedom.
Okay, that is a contradiction in terms I've ever heard any. Religious freedom. Religion, it should be faith, but religious freedom in this context is a tyranny against freedom. It is it goes against. How many times in the Bible does it say about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? It's more about death, enslavement or serfdom, and your role in dying. That's really what the Bible is all about. It's all about death. It's a morality of death. Christianity, Islam, Judaism. It's all about death. It's all about dying. How do you see God? Oh, you got to die. How did Jesus get in heaven? Oh, well, he had to die. Everything is about dying. It's not about life. How many times does it say you have the power of your own mind to make up decisions? How many times does it say about science being at the forefront of all things and question everything? Bible doesn't say that. Definitely doesn't say that. Question everything. It has nothing to do with that. So Jesus lived a perfect 33 years. How's that a perfect 33 years? God gave his only begotten son for us, so he sent him on a suicide mission. He said, hey, go out there, live your life, whatever. Go up and tell people on the Sermon on the Mount and all that stuff, and that's cool. But You're going to have to die. You're going to have to have the worst experience known to man, really, in a lot of ways. You're going to be, stripped of your skin. You're going to have nails in your hands and feet. You're going to be tied to a post. You're going to wear a crown of thorns. You're going to be pierced in the side. It's not going to be a fun ride, but trust me, it gets better. It gets better. I know. It gets better. It gets better. You go off this post. You go into a specific way of showing that you lived even though you died. You live even though you died, and you show the men who follow. Are they apostles? I want to say apostles. That's for it's 12 apostles. That's what they are, right here. 12 apostles. And Doubting Thomas is looking at his hands, looking at his feet, and trying to see where the nails went in. So does Jesus still have those different points of entry and different injuries? Do they still exist when he's in heaven? Is that true? I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I would like to know, but I don't know. It's all, hey, these are the things you have to wonder about. But the Bible doesn't tell you to think about this stuff. It just tells you, hey, this is what it is. This is what happened. This is all reality. This is all true. It's all not, but that's what it purports to be true. And again, Trump could give a goddamn about his role as a Christian. It's just lip service. He just has to say, "Oh yeah, I believe in Christ Jesus, hallelujah," just to stimulate his base. Just like the journalist or the news pundit once said after I had said it. He's just trying to go after his base. His base is basically all believers in the theory of God. Sadly. And that is one of the most horrific ideas in the world. God giving his only begotten son for us. Jesus supposedly being one of the example of a perfect individual, a man without any vices, who has a perfect virtue. And he's supposed to go on a post and suffer and bleed and die for people of lesser stature and of lower moral status. That's if I were a Christian still and I heard that and I put that into context, I'm like, damn, that's not even right. That's horrible. That's horrific. That's horrific. How does a man of perfect virtue die in the one of the most horrible and just disgusting ways in all of human literature? I'm going to just say it's literature. It's mythology. It's part of Christian mythology. Dies in one of the worst ways possible, and then it comes to the point where he is okay. It's all right for him to do that. That's fine because he loves you. And hell, I just love the quotes about hell. Mark Twain had one of the greatest quotes ever. He said, "I go to heaven for the weather, go to hell for the company." I love the understatement to that. I love the address. It's saying how, yeah, heaven sounds great, but there's not going to be a lot of people in heaven. Like, who is going to be in heaven? Most people are going to be in hell. Ask the Jews, they did it. Oh, here we go. Catholic are PDF files. So are Baptists. So are Jesuits. So are, I think Jesuits are part of Catholic, but so are Presbyterian, Episcopalian. They're all the same, just like atheists. There's atheist pedophiles. Same thing. It's no different. And then he says, ask the Jews, they did it. Well, Jesus was a Jew. So if you want to be more like Christ, you have to be more Jewish. And I say was. I don't say is. I don't say Jesus is a Jew. I say Jesus was a Jew. He died. Let's just say he was a living human being that walked the earth. But he's no longer alive. He's dead. He died. And this is 2025. We have 2025 technology with we have 21st century technology with second century morality. And that just does not fit. That's a sad shame that our humanity is embroiled in right now. That's a sad shame. Jesus, aka the Bear Jew. Why are you saying J-U, not J-E-W? Death row. I'm just probing here. Pause. Just wondering. But that's what fascinates me. That's what, is so intriguing about this era that we are in. We're in the 21st century. We opened the 21st century with a clear-cut example of what faith can do. When they say faith in America, they imply it's Christian, it's Judeo-Christian faith. But we saw, tomorrow's going to be the anniversary, but we saw September 11, 2001, full display of Islamic totalitarianism. Those are huge words for essentially jihadism or God's plan for wiping out the quote unquote infidels and inciting fear in the rest. We have a little thing called the United States Marine Corps. And whenever the United States is in trouble, they dial 0311 and they have grunts on the ground ready to fight against whatever terror, whatever kind of system that may rise up against this nation. So we have to, just take it all in. Take all this in because it's really scary. It's a scary thing. But we have to be vigilant. We have to be, powerful. We have to be mighty. That's what courage means. If I've heard that before, they said that in a quote. Courage doesn't mean, what is it? Fear. Is it? Yeah, courage is being afraid and doing it anyway. That's courage. Having fear, being scared. You're scared as hell, but you do it anyway. You go ahead, you fight, and you go ahead and do it, and make sure you're on top of your game. That is the truth. And the free, the proud. Death row is wild. But yeah, it just is disturbing. It really is disturbing. This whole prayer initiative in public schools. I like to say government schools because that's exactly what they are. They're run by the government. When you think about public, you're like, oh, it's a nice little thing, it's free, but it's not free. Like that's why I call it government, because it's government taxes by individuals who pay these taxes for schools, even if they have no relations in the school, they have no children, no nephews, no nieces in their school district or whatever the case may be, but they pay taxes on it. And that's only a slight thing. It's the regulations and controls that are really the problem, more so than taxes. It's the regulations and controls of saying you must mandate prayer, we must mandate the 10 Commandments, we must mandate all these different measures in order to satisfy the base, satisfy the people that are under it. Okay, so in conclusion, I'm going to wrap this up for now. I might come back to it. I'm just going to leave the screen up. You're going to see the back of this chair, and that's all that's going to happen. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back soon, so stay tuned.
Have you ever been histed in your career? Figure you can give an explanation on that to people who don't know what that is and what masks are. And don't come at this dude because he got. Have you ever been hissed? In your career.
Hey Siri.
today and also spoke about crime
in that very impassioned plea for an end to this this type of political violence. And then we saw presidents of past. George W. Bush just put out a statement sending his condolences to the family. Barack Obama, former president, also sending out his condolences and condemning this violence. What was also curious to me, I also saw a post from California Governor Gavin Newsom. One of the first reactions to come out of this, he said, of course, there's no place for this type of violence. And he also is one to reach across the aisle. He had Kirk on his podcast just earlier this year. So they had some type of a cordial relationship there. But I can't underscore enough just how important of a figure Kirk was to the president's life. He has visited the White House several times this year. The president, when he would come to visit, would often tout how he was instrumental in helping him win with young voters. And part of that was because of the strategy that we saw at this event today, this debate me or prove me wrong, as the events as he called them, where he would meet with folks across the political aisle and have a very public debate that extended to digital spaces as well, where he would also then attach President Trump's 2024 campaign to it. So a lot of folks working at the White House not only worked with Kirk, but know him intimately, which is why we're seeing this outpouring of responses.
Sure. Torian, is this incident sparking any discussion in Washington about security measures in place?
Yeah, what's interesting, I saw my colleague, Caitlin Huey Burns, have a conversation with Mike Lee in the Senate. He represents Utah there, and he was understandably so distraught at the murder of Charlie Kirk, but also went on to say that this is something that should be considered, whether or not it's safe for these public figures, especially connected to politics, to be out in the public. No word yet on if legislation will come from that. We haven't necessarily heard the president weigh in on needs or security changes for folks in his orbit, but it is at least on the discussion and these early discussions as it relates to this shooting.
Torian Small. Torian, thank you. Charlie Kirk was the founder of the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA. It was founded in 2012, and as of today, the group says it has a presence on more than 3,500 campuses. In a statement this afternoon, Turning Point confirmed Kirk's death and asked for his family and loved ones to be kept in people's prayers during this time. Chris Van Cleve is outside Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix.
A clearly elevated security presence in front of the Turning Point headquarters here in Phoenix. While Phoenix police say there are no clear threats against the organization here locally, we've seen a number of officers arrive in the last couple of hours. A white van there blocking access to the parking lot. Employees were sent home this afternoon. We watched as people lowered the American flag and the Arizona state flag to half staff after the word broke that Charlie Kirk had died in this shooting. We've also watched a steady stream of mourners come here to place flowers, leave hats. We've seen people in tears, a lot of hugging, praying, people coming together, including a lot of young people coming to pay their respects. One young man we talked to said he felt like Kirk gave him a forum and a safe place to share his views, and Kirk became a voice for his beliefs, a voice that's now been so violently silenced. Back to you.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you. Our partners at CBS affiliate KUTV in Salt Lake City are following this story. One of their anchors says her son was at the event when Kirk was shot.
Heartbreaking day for so many. Thousands were in attendance. We know that many of you had students that were either on campus or at this event. Thousands of students there watching as this happened. I feel you today. My son, a student here at Utah Valley University, a sophomore this year. I did not know he was going to be at the event. He was actually texting me from the event earlier today saying, I'm going to talk to him. I was trying to figure out who he was talking to. And the next thing I heard was a call, him panicked and running, scared. You could hear screaming on campus. All the kids were running after that shot was fired. Hopefully we can talk to him at some point, but I know many of your students probably have had similar experiences. Brian, he told me on the phone that when this happened, he was standing in line. He was number 10. He wanted to debate or ask Charlie a question. He was waiting there not far from the stage. He heard one shot. He saw his head go back, and then just sheer panic, everyone running from campus and all of these students trying to figure out where to go. This is not a campus where students live on campus, so they were all just trying to find a safe space to be.
That's very consistent with what we've heard also from other students, other event goers that were out there earlier today. This transpiring just after noon, just after the event and the speaking portion started to get underway. This was the first stop on Charlie Kirk's tour. This is what he does. He travels the country and debates students on topics. And there were two stops in Utah. There was this one here at Utah Valley and the one also at Utah State University. Oddly enough, there was also the conversation last week about the early coverage of this event where he brought in Senator Mike Lee to talk about this conversation. And then lo and behold, what happens here today was just, I think, something that nobody expected and nobody really anticipated transpiring. The people that were out here earlier today, I was speaking with a high schooler from the nearby UCAS school, the school that's just local here. A lot of them were here today. He even told me that other students from other schools were getting extra credit to be here and just listen and take in the spirit of conversation and the debate, which is hard to come to grips with in today's society here.
And the sad part is this is the reality for our kids. My son had a couple of his friends meet him from South Jordan and Bingham High School. They came down here for this event. And earlier this week, they had a lockdown at the school where it was the first of its kind, where they actually had the kids cover the windows, lock the doors, get under their desks, hide in a closet. After that trauma, they were already scared. They came down here today and this happened. I'm just sad that our kids live in this world, especially when the whole concept behind this, whether you agree with Charlie Kirk or not, is that kids could gather on campus, they could discuss politics, ask questions, and in a fun way, debate those. Absolutely did not end that way today.
We will continue to keep an eye on this breaking story. Charlie Kirk dead at 31 years old after being shot on campus at Utah Valley University. We also are covering more breaking news. Yet another.
I'm just going to talk about Charlie Kirk. Good evening. I know this is morning sky. It was afternoon sky. Now it's evening sky. It's all sky, nevertheless. This guy could have been my hero. I didn't even know about him that much. I didn't, follow him. I didn't know he had such an impact. He was a community college dropout like myself, and he made something of himself. That's extraordinary. That's extraordinary. And this political violence has no place on our landscape. No place. Of course it doesn't. I would probably fight him tooth and nail and probably go against everything he said, but I wouldn't kill the guy. And I wouldn't literally go tooth and nail, but I would probably, deny all his assertions and everything that he had going for himself, but did not deserve to be killed. That's the worst thing possible. To have somebody's idea be killed for their ideas, their thoughts, their positions, their arguments. A bullet is not an argument. A gun is not a position. That is complete and utter anarchy when it comes to that part. And it cuts right to the heart of this country, because we are so enamored, we are so mired down, we're so complicated when it comes to gun violence. And as you saw in the clip, they're about to go to the Colorado shooting. And it's just disgusting. It really is disgusting. He was super far right wing. I would say the same thing about somebody who would have been on the left wing. I'm against the left and the right. They're both irrational, completely detached from reality in a lot of ways on both sides. So just because he's on the right doesn't mean that I can, tear him down, because I would tear down a leftist as well. So, that's just the reality of it. I might have a show dedicated just to him tomorrow, but I'm probably going to break it up because it's going to be the 24th anniversary, of course, of September 11th, 2001. I'm probably going to, try to, find some kind of medium that would talk to both tragic incidents. I mean, this is America. This is America. This is that song. This is that song that Childish Gambino, aka Donald Glover, wrote. This is America. Don't catch you slipping, no. Don't catch you slipping, no. Like, it's like really grimy. That beat, that driving beat, and then he has the melodic. That's the the dream of America. That's the beauty of America. That's the greatness. And then we have these bad actors, these horrible people, these horrific individuals. They're not even individuals. They're cowards and lowlifes. And they crawl up from whatever gutter that they originated from to destroy, to cause death, to kill, to steal people's joy. That's the reality that we're living in right now. That's the truth. It just it's just very hard to take. It's very hard. It's very disheartening. But I think it was 50 Cent. I'm trying to remember who said it. I believe it was 50 Cent, though. He said, if you ask me to make a drawing or paint a picture of the American flag, it'd be really hard to not draw or paint it without the color red. And he's saying that's the violence, that's the bloodshed, that's the revolutionary spirit, that's the carnage, that's the ugliness, that's the the roughness, the horrors we've seen in these past few almost 250 years. We have to really take that into account. So doesn't look like I'm picking up too many viewers right now, so I'm just gonna sign off. I haven't personally been on here, but an image has been on here for close to 9 hours. So this is my longest show ever. I paid for it through what is it, StreamYard. So I thank everybody that did watch throughout the day. I see Texas in here. I see Death Row. I see Sir Rick James. I think that's everybody. I think that's pretty much everybody. Oh yeah, and Cougar came in. So, and Max Vision, thank you, appreciate it. So tomorrow I'm going to go on in the morning, if it's possible. So, good night. Good night.